Good morning, guys. Okay, back to the grind. So yesterday I was doing the cheat, the card game cheat. Now I have just realised I've got bar stools in my scene here, which are just crazy. For some reason, they're running at like 2.9 million polys, and they really don't need to be 2.9 million polys. Oh, I think I've just figured out why. Tidy up, trying to reduce file sizes a little bit before we get stuck in. So weirdly, this sofa is 2.8 million polys, 2.6 million polys, and the bar stools that were here, ooh, where have they gone? Where have my bar stools gone? How bizarre. How bizarre, how bizarre. They were there a second ago. There they are. These bar stools were running up at like 2.9 million. So it's like these were far bigger than the sofas were. Now, what I'm going to do, the sofas are going to be like a single piece. I don't need them to be all polygroups. I'm not going to be doing anything with sofas other than sitting guys on them. So that's 2.7 mil. Pre-process that and just decimate it down. Now the other sofa I'm just going to delete. I don't need the other sofa there. All of this furniture also it's in its own file, so I've imported it into the scene where I'm making the bar characters. So this can go, this can be deleted. Do not delete hidden, just delete. This thing is 1.7 mil. Decimate 123,000. That's much more palatable. The beds we're going to do the same with 515 on that one. Okay, so they're all already reduced file size. table over here. This table's running up at 4.6 million polys. That's unnecessary. That's horrendously unnecessary. I apologise if there's random bits of noise happening here. I'll just drop them. Now my little furry pom-pom thing won't stay on it. What the hell was going on? Oh, for God's sake. This one's just not playing ball. So I've decimated the table. Now I may use this table. This table may actually get some inclusion in this scene because I do need to include like some dice and stuff, and I don't think it's going to be practical to put that on the model. So I think if I include a table with the gambling paraphernalia on it, that might be the better way of doing it. So I can put a few things on there, like the dice rolling and some other bits. Seems we've lost the bar stool again. Feel that. There goes my pom-pom again. Just sack the pom-pom off because it's just not playing at all. To glue these things on if I'm going to use them because I don't want to stay. Just add a new stool. Okay, I think virtually everything now should be decimated to make it much more... Oh, well, here's the culprit of the scene. 32.9 million on a table. The hell was I thinking when I made that? must have cranked the Dynamesh scale right up on this one. Can't believe I'll let that one slip. See, everybody has bad days, people. Okay, so we're running at 14.5 million polys now. Where are they? 627,421, 62, 38, 11, 186, 123, 35, 36, 35. So when I come to find that I've got like the cups or something like that. The cups on the table are going to be like excessive. So each of my heads is about 270, give or take. I was half right, there's 57,000 polys in a mug. 91,000 in a tankard. Oh, 4,000 in a shot glass. $4 or $5 million on this one. Now 100,000, it's more palatable. 500,000 on these ones. I was off the ball here. I missed the fourth bed. It's hidden. Okay, so we're actually into realms of what I'm going to call acceptable. Put that drunk over there by the bar. So I think I need to do a few more of these tables. I'm going to clone some of these. I'm going to put some more drinks and stuff on them because I think when I did them originally, I put some candles and things on them maybe. When I did them originally, my plan was that the tables and the kind of the accessories would be separate, and you print them off and put them on. But trying to print mugs of beer and bottles and all that kind of stuff is painful. Including them on the sculpt is far better from a point of view of just being able to process the thing and actually get them on the table and use them. Obviously, if they're already set dressed so they look the part, then it's a job saved, isn't it? Okay, so we've got the drunk at the bar. We need to drop the other characters from the scene into at some point, but let's not worry about that just yet. Alright, I want to hide the sofa and the cots. Let's hide the beds. I'm going to do sleeping drunks in the beds. They'll be extras, by the way, so you'll be able to just print them and stick them straight in. Bar I'm going to take out. Sofa, the bar top drink, the coffee table come out. And the high bench that was 39 million polys, that's coming out too. Okay, so we've now got the dude I'm working with. Come on. So this guy I actually sculpted yesterday on stream if you missed it. He's going to be my cheat. Let me just turn the table away a second. Oh, no. Okay, so when you've got the arrow selected here, everything below it applies the action to. So when you hide things, they all get hidden. Okay, so the reason I wanted to do that was because I'm going to rotate this stool at an angle. I want to have his foot resting on the stump. Stump? No, not a stump. What do we call it? A leg brace or? Definitely don't want symmetry on for this bit. Oops. Forgot the sole of his shoe. Let the autosave go through. Oh, almost perfect. That all pretty much do, I think, actually. Let me just pick the leg up and the... do a little bit of fine positioning here. Oops. I just wanted to get image reference up for Baldur's Bones. Because I was going to have him playing cards originally, but according to the book, they are playing Baldur's Bones in the tavern, so it feels wrong to not be following the guidance. Right, Baldur's Bones is a popular dice game in taverns of Baldurs Gate. Each player requires several six-sided dice, nice and easy. The rules are as follows. Each player puts the agreed ante in the pot. Each player rolls 3 dice. Play then proceeds clockwise around the table with the host of the game going last. On their turn, a player can choose to stand or roll. If the player stands, the next player takes a turn. A player who rolls takes an additional die and rolls it. If the total of their dice exceeds 21, they bust and are out of the game. Otherwise, they can keep rolling additional dice until they either stand or break. After everyone has had a turn, the highest point total, excluding players who bust, wins and takes the pot. Okay, so it's basically it's Pontoon, isn't it, but with dice. Do you know what? I'd play that. I'd have a go at that myself. In fact, I might even try and get the kids on it later and see how they get on. Okay, so does each player requires several six-sided dice. Okay. So there just needs to be a mass of dice on the table, really. So I'm about to make some of the smallest dice known to man. This is about the ante. In a pot. Now, is that going to be an actual pot? Okay, so we'll have a pot of coins in the middle of the table, maybe. A little dish of coins. And then we'll have the dice scattering around. Yeah, it's like around them. Should I do a dice bag? I'm going to make a dice bag. Let's make a dice bag. Happening. Little bag, little coin bag for this guy's ill-gotten gains. I haven't figured out how he's cheating at Baldur's Bones, but definitely is. Weighted dice, maybe. When you pose like this, when you pose models this way, what I'm doing, that you'll see people telling you to sculpt low poly and then go to high poly later when you've got all the detailing. You basically do it using subdivision levels, and I don't do that. I've never done that. I work exclusively in like high density meshes. So my workflow is quicker, but kind of dirty, if you like, but totally delivers the goods. So what I would do here is essentially do all the sculpting at high definition, high resolution meshes, too dense. And when you start posing the models as they fold in on themselves, as the elbows collapse and stuff, you get these horrible bits of mesh that close up, where it overlaps and intersects itself, like real bad artifacting going on. And just roll with it, just let it happen. And then all you need to do is just get your Dynamesh or your Sculptris Pro mode. Either smooth out the joint with Sculptris Pro or just Dynamesh it, and then once you've done that, you can just re-sculpt it back in. And it just takes a few seconds of just kind of like smoothing over the ugly bits, and it's job done then. It saves you loads of faffing around with the subdivision levels and things. Now I will say, if you're going to go into like video game animation or anything like that, this sculpting technique will not work, but if you do miniatures, 100% use it, go for it. Oh, sorry. With video games, it will work, but you're going to have to re-topologize everything. What I should have said. You can still sculpt like this no matter what you're doing, but you just got to bear in mind the end use of whatever you're making. Speaking of end use, I might actually do a painting stream tomorrow. I've got a few models I need to get painted for the Crystal Collapse rulebook. I'll set up my painting cam. Hey, okay, how are you doing? I'm just sculpting Billy the Cheat today at the moment. sake. Yeah, one of the things earlier on, mate, I was looking at the files, and remember this file yesterday was like 100 million polys. I found out one of my tables. It wasn't even a detailed table. It was like 3 planks and some legs. One of my tables was 52 million polys or something like that. So it was accounting for like most of the most of the weight of the scene. There we go. Barstool 100 bump top. Split hidden. How are you doing this morning anyway, Keller? I'm prepared with 2 cups of coffee today. Down here a bit earlier doing a few things. Sorting out prints and stuff in the office. Another lovely glowing 5-star review from a customer who's happy with the models they received. Oh, what's up, man? Under the weather, or you just having one of those days where you just can't be bothered? You know what? I feel like I need a lower table. I think my table's too high. Oh, actually, it is too high. Literally is too high. I'll do that, and then I'm going to rotate his elbow a touch. What's going on then, mate? You're on a bit of a downer. So it's supposed to rain. Hey, crazy, how you doing, matey? Hey, you're not the Wicked Witch of the West, are you, mate? I can't even bring myself to use the stupid name they gave her for the movie Wicked. Yeah, my mother-in-law gets this, like, I take the piss and call her a human barometer. She always says she gets a bad head when there's a thunderstorm brewing. What are you up to, Crazy Doors? You keeping busy today? Let's sort out this mangled, deformed arm. If this happens, don't worry about it. It's hard sometimes to kind of get the arms to look as you want them to when you're just posing. So just as long as you don't end up stretching them out too much and making too much mess, you can always come back and fix them and smooth them out. It's not a problem. Nice. What are you printing? Got more customer prints running on my printers this morning. So I was down here early getting them on. Got 2 printers running with a load of stuff going on. I need to get the 3rd one back in there and get the remaining 2 running more Crystal Collapse prints. So getting ready for the delivery. So many models. Do you know, I still actually haven't counted up how many I actually need to print. I'm just aiming for like 300 of each at the moment and hoping for the best. Trying lackish of, yes you are trying. Stop botting my stream, telling me about best followers, best viewers. Oh guys, just as a quick heads up as well, I've stopped accepting random friend requests on Discord. Ghosts in translucent, eh? Do you know, translucent resin is one thing I've absolutely just not got around to using. I've not had the real need for it, but there's certain things I really want to use it for. I want to do a load of my crystals for Crystal Collapse. I want to use like a blue crystal. I don't think we're friends on Discord. We're not. Let me have a look. Oh yeah, add friend. There you go. Sent it over, mate. You can be my friend on there. No, I have so many of these like random chat requests come through, and the last bunch have all been like scammers and stuff. Oh, if I told you about this or not. You were, yeah. Nah, some of these like scammer people are just weird, man. It's like weirdly translucent resin. Weirdly translucent resin tends to be much tougher than a lot of other resins too. So apparently the color pigments make resins slightly weaker. Ah, right. I think it depends on the resin you go for. I mean, like, is it Soraya blue? Is it, or something like that one? It's like a clear color. I know that's one that people tend to add in for toughness and rigidity in sculpts. I know that's got a real good like tough property. There's another one I use. So I'll tell you a secret now. It's like my secret resin formula, guys. If you want to steal this, absolutely go for it. I get like awesome reviews on my models, and the resin I use, it's super flexible. So I was going to use a while back. I was going to be using Gamera Labs TGM7. I tested this stuff while they were. Let me put face cam on so we're not just showing you my an arm that's not moving. Yeah, so I was going to use TGM7 from Gamera Labs as my actual resin, and it's like here in the UK, it's around about £87 a bottle. I think it was last time I checked. It's expensive stuff. But when you work it out in terms of cost per miniature, it's not actually that much. But obviously, it's a lot to, when you go to bulk buy the stuff. And it's good resin. I tested it when they were making it, so when they were actually physically producing it, I was using. This is back in like the original Mars kind of era, and I printed off like a really kind of like skinny little frail model, like something like that. I mean, this is a miscast. Well, I say miscast. I snapped the hand off. But imagine something like that with like the whip on, right? So I printed that in this TGM7, and every single day I would literally just lob it across the office and bounce it off the back wall. And I'd go and pick it up and I'd have a look at it, and everything would be intact. And I did that for 3 months before it actually finally broke. Now this is 87 quid a bottle now. So it's, like I say, expensive. I mean, if I work that out, let's just do some number crunching on it. Where's my Excel? I do love a bit of Excel. So if I go, what is it, 1,000 divided by 87. That's 87 divided by 1,000, isn't it? Duh. So 87 divided by 1,000, so it's like 8.7 pence a gram. And this model is 2 grams. So this model is only going to cost 16, 17 pence to produce. It's not expensive. In the grand scheme of things, this guy here is a bit chunkier, a bit more meat on the bones. He's 4 grams, so he's, what's that, 32 pence, give or take. So again, even the chunkier model I've got here is still sub 50p in terms of raw material cost. Obviously, you got to factor in time and effort and kind of clean up and all the other kind of things into that, wastage and the thing, electric and consumables like screens and FEPs. You have to factor in more than just raw material cost. But when we're only looking at resin versus resin, 36p for a single miniature is not bad at all. Selling them for like, on average, they're around about £6 or £7 on my website. A lot of other people, I did realise I'm really cheap. So you're getting great models for a real good price. I looked online yesterday, and most models are coming in around about the £8 to £12 mark. So So yeah, I'm selling mine around about £6 or £7 on average. So yeah, they're far better value and better models as well. But don't tell everybody. No, do tell everybody. Go away and tell everybody they're the best. So yeah, in fact, he's a misprint. That's why I got him on the desk. So yeah, so the thing I've got with this current one is the resin I'm using right now is my own mix. So I don't buy an off the shelf resin. So I used to use frozen aqua 4K grey, and I really liked that. It had a brilliant kind of balance of like good quality what do you call it now? Had real good quality like detail like retention on the miniatures was fantastic, and it had the perfect amount of flexibility for everyday use. It was about £46 a litre, so it was more expensive than like a lot of the kind of your standard resins and ABS resins and whatever. But for me, the colour, the finish, like the surface finish and everything else, everything on it was just like it was perfect. And then one day they just stopped making it. They didn't tell us they weren't doing it. They just took it away. They introduced the 8K resin instead, and then just seemed to kind of phase out the 4K. But the 8K and 4K didn't have the same properties. The 8K resin is really brittle, so it's higher detail but far more brittle. And obviously that's not what I was after. So I started investigating and dabbling and looking around to see what I could find. And for ages I was just using the actual Anycubic standard resin, standard plus. The standard plus stinks a bit more, but it's actually quite a good base resin. Now I've got a couple of models here that are printed in that, and it's a far lighter grey, but you can still see I've got a decent amount of like flexibility in there. They will snap eventually, but I have got a little bit of wiggle in there. Detail's really good. I'm not keen on the light grey colour. I don't like the light grey models. I don't know why. I just feel like they feel cheap, and it's silly because it's just the colour. And once you paint it, you can't tell anyway. But for me, they're a little bit cheaper than I would really like, and a little bit brittler. So what I started doing was I found Anycubic do a tough resin, and they do it in transparent, and they do it in black. And when you see it done in the black, you see like it looks like a sole of a shoe that they've printed, and then they're twisting it and bending it over. So it's like it is like incredibly flexible. So what I do now, I buy a bunch of standard bottles, which is this stuff, and then I buy a bunch of the black bottles, the tough black. And the tough black is about 40 quid a bottle or something like that. It's more expensive. But then I'm buying 16 quid a litre standard resin, like the grey standard. And then what I do is I take open up a new bottle of standard, stick it on my scales. Well, put an empty bottle on my scales rather, and then I add 100 grams out of the new bottle into the empty bottle. So I'm basically filling up the empty bottle with 100 grams of the standard resin, and then what I do is I top it back up using the tough resin. So it's about 10% of the tough resin in the mix. So it's a 9 to 1 ratio of the standard resin to the tough resin. And what that gets is we end up with a nice like dark grey, like this one here. We end up with a nice dark grey. And then if I flip over to my other camera over here, what is that? Oh, it's the cable. It shouldn't be in the way. If I flip over to this one, you can see the details nicer because it's a darker grey, and the whip here, like I'm ragging this around, do you know what I mean? It's got the tiniest little connection there. By all rights that should snap off, but it's not. And it cleans up beautifully, and I say with the way I do my supports, there's literally, I mean, I know I've snapped a hand off, that was me being heavy-handed on it. But if you look at the finish on the model, the supports on the back there, you wouldn't know it, You can't see them. So yeah, 10:1, sorry, 9:1 ratio, and pre-mix it in your bottle. So don't try and do it in a vat. Because if you try and do it in a vat, it's an absolute pig to try and like to get that to be like a uniform measure. You can't just. I mean, you could just eyeball it by colour, but you've got to obviously mix it all thoroughly through. Because what you don't want is a marbled resin. The plate going up and down will mix it a little bit, but you're going to end up with different resin properties at different points on the model. And if you end up with the brittle resin at a kind of a structural point or a kind of a load bearing point, that could be catastrophic on a model later on. So just, mix it thoroughly, give it a really good shake up, make sure you've got a homogeneous dark grey mix before you pour it into your vat. And then when you finish printing, really you want to be decanting it back into the pot. Now there is something else that's interesting that might be worth looking at. So Ty at Table Flip Foundry, he developed, and I don't know if he's got it available on the site or not, but if he has, I'll find it and I'll put a link to it somewhere. It's basically a vat mixer. And all it is like a slice file that there's 0 light off time, and the build plate rises 10 mil and then drops 10 mil, and then 0 light off time, and then the build plate rises and drops, and it's that for ages, basically hours and hours and hours of it. And what that will do is if you're not going to be using a printer for a while, what you can do is you can run this like movement cycle essentially through it's like a fake print. Run it through your printer, and then the build plate keeps going up and down and moving, and it stops your resin from settling and separating and splitting in the vat. So if you're not going to be printing for a while and you don't want to piss about decanting it back into the bottle and then putting it back into the vat, this file, this slice file, basically allows you to just keep your vat mixed until you're ready to use it again. Yeah, that's it. And you're not scratching the FEP. You're not trying to kind of you're not scraping it out or anything else. You're not going to kind of get fingerprints all over everything and have to try and cleaning it up. I've done that so many times. And you get your gloves on or whatever to try and handle it and do the thing, but then you end up getting resin on your gloves because it's gloves, you can't feel it, and then you end up touching parts of your vat, your screen or your FEP and things like that, and it's just, you end up in a massive cleanup operation. It's just an absolute faff. So yeah, so I'll see if he's published those files if they're on his website, and if they are, I'll pop them up on the school page and on Discord and stuff, so they're available for people to use. Because we had a chat about it a while back, and he was kind of like, we had a discussion about this, and then he kind of went off and did it, and I was like, brilliant, it works, What's that? The Saturn 4Ks? Oh, Saturn 4 16K. Well, it's just effort, isn't it? I think they probably could put it into the hardcode, just put it on as a function. I mean, we never used to have vat cleaning as a function on the buttons for a while. So like I did vat cleaning way before vat cleaning was a function on a printer, and I just made a block that was as big as my actual screen, as big, like literally full size of printer. Made one block, made it like one layer thick, and then just set a 60-second exposure time on it, and then that was my print, and that was I used that for my what do you call it? Just take the build plate off, let it run, and it would just expose and do the thing. It was exactly the same as what your thing's doing now, but without the whole bed thing, without a button. I had to kind of I had to run it as a print basically. But there's hacks you can work out if you want things doing. But obviously you've got G code and stuff on printers. I've never really dabbled with that or messed around with it, but I'm pretty sure you could probably write a bit of G code that do the up and down movement thing for you as a function. But whether or not you can hard code that into the system is a different matter. But you know, it's all possibilities. It's all you know, able to be done. My favourite feature that I've ever had on the printer, by the way, I will say, on my Asiga Pico HD, or Asiga Pico 2 HD, sorry. So this one had, it was a terrifying printer to use. I'll tell you this outright. So the setup of this printer, so you basically have a body, the body of the printer, and you have the print vat on top. Now the vat on this one was disposable. It was a consumable. It had a QR, not a QR code, what it called, an NFC kind of tag on it that would link to the printer. So the printer would read the NFC tag, and it would say how much of the life of this vat had been used. And then once that vat was fully used up, you couldn't carry on using the vat. It was like you had to throw it away. But the vats were like, there were two for like 240 quid plus VAT. So they weren't cheap, and it was pretty much your consumption of resin in the vat was about a litre. So by the time you got through a litre of resin, you were having to change the vat. However, I rarely actually managed to change it before 100%. Sorry, I rarely ever got to 100% because most of the time I'd have a fail on the printer somewhere along the line, and it would punch through the vats. Now, the reason it could punch through it so easily was because the resin I was using was really, really hard. It was this like dental stuff. Hey, Pinky, how you doing? It was really tough, really hard, like brittle dental model resin that was used for masters. Really expensive, 280 quid a litre, so it wasn't cheap. So like you get a failure on this, it's really kind of hitting you in the pocket because you've just lost 110 quid on 120 quid of a VAT, plus however much resin's been lost. Now underneath the screen there was a hole, so there wasn't underneath the vat. Sorry, there's no screen there. There was just a big hole, and then the hole is about 6 inches deep, and then there was a glass screen, and then there's a projector underneath that projects the light up onto the bottom of the vat. Now that projector was protected by it's called a safety tray. So it's like a little tray that goes in. It basically comes across like that, and it's got a little well at the end. So if your vat pierces, the resin falls into the safety tray. There's a completely clear glass screen in the safety tray, which has to be kept absolutely pristine. If there's any smears or smudges or anything on it, it'll distort the light going up, and you'll get print fails and artifacts and anomalies in the prints, which I've had loads of times. And then the resin, basically, if it pierces through, it will land on that glass, and then it will run down into the well. Now, obviously, you know that because it's pierced through while the print's running, there's already light coming back up again, so the resin is all automatically going to get cured onto the glass. Their intention is they're like 300 quid for the 300 quid for this thing, for this like safety tray. And they're like, oh, if your safety tray gets contaminated, buy a new one. It's like it happens every like litre of resin. I'm going to get one failure that's going to pierce a vat and kind of like, you know, kill it. So I just spent a fortune on it. So I'm there with like a razor blade scraping the resin off and isopropyl, and I'm like 2 hours buffing and polishing this glass to try and get it back to perfection so I can print all right. And it was just the biggest headache going. And then we had the reason there was a big hole in it, and this is my favourite feature, by the way, was this armature bar. So there's like a smooth round bar in there, and what it used to do is between every print, this bar would just like mechanically just wipe backwards and forwards underneath the vat. So you know when you've got failures on the print base, you got the little fail pancakes on the bottom of the FEP, and you press it from the bottom just gently. You apply a little bit of pressure, and it just lifts it off. So there's no suction force. And this used to just go whoop whoop like that, and it just take all the pressure off the FEP, and then the lift and drop thing was like seamless, and you never had any suction fails on that printer because it was just that kind of, you know, really quick and easy. And I'd love to see that on a modern printer, but I don't think they could do it. I have pondered, would it be possible to incorporate it into the actual vat itself, so you have a kind of a mechanism in the vat, but I wouldn't know. I could probably figure out and design a sliding mechanism with a cog kind of thing, but I wouldn't then know how to integrate that into the printer to make the printer control it on the thing. So it'd be an interesting. I'd love to see that kind of come into place. I mean, it's similar to what they've tried to do with the tilting vat, but I feel like the tilting vat for me feels really cumbersome. It's like it doesn't feel like it's the perfect solution for that, you know, for the release. Yeah, I mean this was the same with the Asiga one. It's like everything was proprietary there. You have to use particular things. Like the resin I used, actually it was a company called Nextdent made the resin, and it was better than the actual proper ones from Asiga. But it was like 280 quid a litre, or 240 quid a litre, or something ridiculously expensive. But yeah, you couldn't just go and get any old resin off the shelves. You couldn't use a 15 quid bottle of resin in that printer because it's just not set up for it. You'd have to rewrite code and stuff to be able to do that. And it's just man. I know people who've got that printer who've had it hacked so they can use different resins. But yeah, that's not what the intention was. They don't want you doing that. So, Pinky, give me 2 seconds. I've got a commissions page. If you want to go on there, you can send me some messages. There's a little bit of information about our work on there. If you want any commissions doing, drop me a line on there. You'll see some examples of stuff I've done for people in the past as well. And yeah, actually, do you know what? Let me show you on screen actually, because there's some good stuff in here. There's some models I quite like. Here you go. So I did. This one was done for Jazza. For can't remember what the game was called now. Jazza, the Australian YouTuber. So he had this one done. Her name's Hypatia. She was a cool character for Gate Crash, I think the game's called, if I remember right. So 40mm scale, like sci-fi type anime character. I really like doing that one actually. This one was for Lost Adventures. So if anybody backed Danny Herrera's campaigns in the past, you might have got him as the Death Giant. So he was a big old unit. He was. This one was a private commission for Ty at Table Flip Foundry. He had a character that was a Leonin barbarian. So I made his character for him. I want to say his name was Dust or something like that, but that's a private one. This is for Mike Moans. This is a Poppy halfling. She has like a mobile tavern kind of thing basically. It's pulled by a big fat kind of fluffy pig. So it's Poppy's Place. That was a lovely sculpt. That was. I really enjoyed doing that. These are spuds from Chilcon. So if you're on stream yesterday, I was talking to Alston about spuds. This is what we were talking about. It's like a mascot character. And then there was a game called Incel Riot, which was it's probably a bit of a contentious one. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, if you've ever looked at it, but they commissioned me to sculpt the hero pieces, the player pieces. So they were all based on these like left-wing kind of Antifa archetypes and kind of like personalities and stuff. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. They were cool to do actually. The guy who commissioned me, he was an artist who'd like designed all the he'd done all the artwork himself. But yeah, they were good characters to sculpt. They were. Then there was a castle here. So we're talking about terrain. I will cover some terrain off in the future as well, especially for the what do we call it now? Like the tutorials and the Gumroad courses and stuff on the school channel. So we'll have a look at making terrain for war games. So this is 28mm scale Crusader Fort. This is 28mm scale. This is for Gangs of Rome. So like a load of the oh my god, what are they called now? I can't remember what they're called. Big urns, the big pots basically. Loads of the pots anyway. Some wads of cloth. Some sacks of whatever, like grain and things like that, and then some roof tiles that are going to basically be used, like, you know, cause obstructions and stuff. We've got some more terrain here for the Barons' Wars. This was the old 14th century church, or 15th century church, a blacksmith, and then we got a more recent one for Chris at Cursed Empire. So this is for the Ascendia board game. This is their dice tower. So I sculpted a dice tower for him, got a couple of dice in there, got trees around the outside, and like, there's some little character stands on the outside of it so you can display your hero models. So yeah, so just a few things to kind of just show you. Some of the things I quite like doing. Get my calculations gone now. Might get back to a little bit of sculpting. So what am I doing on this guy now? Okay, so he's chucking his dice. What should I be doing with his other hand? So he's throwing dice with one hand, maybe the other hand's up in the air a little bit celebratory. Let's bring him back just a touch. Yeah, as far as the miniatures go, I mean, anybody that's doing miniatures like commercially, as in like printing miniatures commercially, I would 100% say you need to be using a resin that's got the flexibility in it. If you don't want to spend the money on like the Amira Labs type stuff and go for the more expensive like premium resins, then 100% go for a resin mix like I was talking about earlier. Because like just the assurance of like customer satisfaction, knowing that they're going to get models that are not broken. Yeah, they're not going to receive. Oh God, what happened to his finger? They're not going to be receiving models that have snapped in the post and things like that. You're not going to have to do reprints and send them off to you know, at your own expense. Because obviously your customers paying for postage, but if you have to reship their order because it breaks in transit, then you know. And also, if a customer tells you something's broken in transit, you should never argue with them. Don't ever try and, like, you know, contest it. You just suck it up and get on with it and just do it. Send it back out again. It's just not worth. It's not worth the aggro, and you'll get far better feedback from customers for just actually being decent and just helping them. Because nobody's going to hold you to account for the breakage in transit, but they will absolutely jump down your throat if you know, if you leave them hanging and don't resolve the situation. And you can avoid the situation entirely by actually just using a good resin, you know, good flexible resin with good properties. That's all you need. Yeah, so what does it? Let me just work it out a second again. If I go for my yeah, exactly. And this is, and the other thing as well is like it's like I can tell you 100% if you use my supports on my STL files and pre-supported STL files, you print any of my pre-supported models using a resin like the one I've described to you, where it's got that good amount of flexibility, you're going to get perfect prints out of it. You have to calibrate your printer. Everybody needs to calibrate a printer. Don't ever try and print without calibrating first, because that's just a recipe for disaster. You will always get recommended settings and stuff like that, and they are just a baseline to start with. You should never just take it as given that that's what you can print with. So just as an example, so Ty at Table Flip Foundry and me both bought at the same time a frozen Sonic Mini 4K. I forgot the name of the printer then, sorry. Frozen Sonic Mini 4K. We both had the same printer at the same time. We were both using the Frozen Aqua 4K resin, and we were both printing at 25 micron layer height. Right, so everything we were doing was identical. Identical printers, identical resins. Now he's over in America. I can't remember exactly where. I want to say like Utah maybe. He's over in America, and I'm in the UK. So we've got a bit of a temperature difference and a climate difference. My exposure setting to be able to kind of get the using the cones of calibration to be able to get the perfect cones of calibration print. He was running at 2 seconds, and I was running at 2.5 seconds. That's the difference. Like that's how different one single printer can be. The only variable was location, not where we were in the world and the kind of environment we're in. The printer, the resin, everything else was the same. So don't ever assume that you can get resin, pick the manufacturer's kind of recommended profiles and whatever else, and then just print with it and get good results. If you overexpose, the supports are not going to come off clean. You're going to end up dinking the model. If you under support, or if you underexpose, the supports are going to fail before they even get to the model. Temptation for people is that they kind of go, oh, the model's printed. You know, if you're naive about it, or you're not a professional in it, you might just be happy that your model's printed. But you can print a model and have no support marks or no removal issues or anything else, and just have perfectly clean, crisp models every single time. And all it takes is that, you know, couple of cycles of calibration prints just to get it dialed in and get it perfect. It really is worth doing. I can't emphasize that enough. Now with the resin I was talking about earlier, we were saying, was it not 8.7 pence a gram? So we take 1,000 grams, let's say I think £16 a litre for the standard resin. So 1,000 equals 1,000 divided by 16 equals 1,000 divided by, no, sorry, did it wrong. No. Equals 16 divided by 1,000. And then equals 45 divided by 1,000. Okay, so what's that? Times 900. That times 100. Okay, so by doing that mixed resin batch, by the way, so we take a 16 quid bottle of resin and a 45 quid bottle of resin. We remove 10% of the £16 resin and put 10%. Well, basically take 100 grams of the £16 resin out and replace it with 100 grams of the more premium tough resin, and a combined value of the bottle at just £18.90. So if we add that together, that plus that, I'll do £18.90, and then we take that value and divide that by 1,000, then we're dealing with 18 pence a gram. Now remember with the Amira Lab stuff where we were like on £87, 87 quid divided by 1,000, we're looking at 8.7 pence a gram. So the resin mix I'm using here has got what I consider to be equal characteristics to the Amira Lab stuff. but at what, a sixth of the price, maybe less. Less than 2 pence. Yeah, less than 2 pence. 2 pence a gram versus 8 pence a gram. So you can reduce your prices by doing custom mixes, but obviously you've got to be aware it's a bit messy. But it's worth doing. It's worth doing, especially if you're doing it commercially. It's worth mixing your own. But that tough resin's worth its weight in gold, so make sure you get some. Any brand of tough resin will do the job. I personally like the black stuff. I like to use black tough resin because it darkens down the cheaper looking greys, gives you a nicer finish. But you could use the clear resin, it'll do the job, and you can add resin dyes to it as well to kind of get the properties you're after. So yeah, you can do. You've got options out there, but it is worth experimenting with that. Okay, so. Yeah, bingo, exactly why I did it, mate. It was the Games Workshop plastic kind of feel is what I was aiming for, and I think the Frozen Aqua 4K had that vibe about it. It was like on par. I used to use Epax Tough Resin or something like that, or Epax Hard, I think it was. But that had no flex in it at all. Had a nice colour. Had a really nice colour to it, but it had no flexibility. And this was before I was willing to start mixing my own resins and stuff. I didn't know enough about, back when I was doing that was when I first started with the Elegoo Mars and Epax printers, and I didn't really know enough about mixing resins to kind of want to go down that route. But now I'm far more comfortable. So. You know, I'm doing all this here. I just need to just merge them together, don't I? At this point, I just want to hide the chair first. Let's merge him, and I'll merge the chair separately. Do the group, dynamesh them. I'm just going to come in and mix up the. I'll mix up. I'm going to come in and merge in some of the areas that I've sculpted together. I don't know if you remember me doing this yesterday, but I was isolating areas to just reduce the poly count weight of what I'm working on. It helps you work a little bit quicker. If you're working on something that's lagging, do this. Just don't do it too much, because again, you might also remember yesterday I ended up sculpting the cuffs upside down because I'd lost my I'd lost my orientation a little bit, and I forgot which angle I was coming in at. Yes, I mean an important thing from my background as well is like my introduction to the hobby in general was largely via Games Workshop. By the mid-90s, I think I was already dabbling with different brands, so I was kind of I was playing games like I don't know if you remember iCore from Urban Mammoth. No, what was the game? The game wasn't iCore. The company was iCore. They were called iCore. They became Urban Mammoth. What was the game called? Give me 2 seconds. I've got the rulebook over here. Void. It was called Void. Good game, actually. The models were a bit more anime style than the Games Workshop ones, and if you know me, that's that kind of style appeals to me. That's it. That's the way, isn't it? But this is what I found, and again, I don't know if you were here when I had this discussion recently, but like we've got a whole new class of hobbyists coming to the industry because of 3D printing. So we had traditionally, let's say, people get into the hobby the way me and you did. So you end up with this, you start playing a game that you've bought in the shop. You get into it with your mates. You go to a gaming club. You follow what they're releasing. You pick up all the new releases that are for your army and whatever. You get hooked in and addicted. Everyone takes the piss out of you because they think you're a nerd. So we had the same kind of thing there. But now what's happened is we've got a whole generation of hobbyists who kind of discovered miniatures by accident through 3D printing, because during lockdown everybody bought 3D printers because you could magically create stuff in your own home, and it was, you could get a 3D printer but you couldn't go to the gym. So people who wouldn't normally be interested in these kind of things start branching out and start realizing the joy of painting models at home, and playing games with them and things like that they would have ripped the piss out of people for previously. So you have all these people suddenly discover miniatures, but they don't know or understand miniatures in the same way that we do, because we've grown up with them from actual proper miniatures. A lot of these guys got introduced to miniatures via 3D printer and a subscription to Loot Studios or something like that, which obviously it's not the ideal way to be broken into miniatures, really, because the miniatures aren't they're not designed to be like gaming pieces. I mean, they can argue that if you like, but having looked at the models, they're too detailed. They're over detailed. They're not fit for purpose as miniature painting pieces and as gaming pieces, because they're too small and too fragile. Little statues that you want to paint and print them at 6 inch tall and paint them and stick them on your shelf, great. But they miss out a lot of the key factors that you would think about when you're making miniatures. Right, question. Do I add extra details to this guy, like maybe like a necklace or something like that, or do I just keep him straight up and simple? So will do. I'm going to give him an earring. Yeah, and it's very, very evident, and like back in the day as well, I had various jobs where I would I'd give a guy a price for, I'd give a client a price for doing a sculpt, and it's like, they go, oh, I don't want to pay that, it's too expensive. And then they go and get some guy from a third world country who's got access to a pirate copy of ZBrush or whatever. They go and make the model and they go, oh, we'll do it for 200 quid, $150 or something like that, and they'll make the model, and it's like I'm sitting there like throwing out prices like 400 quid. So it's going to cost them $500 to get me to do it, or they're going to go and pay some guy in I don't know, Brazil or the Philippines or something like that to make it for 150. And it's just abusing cheap labour, really. But the problem is, like, say, if they don't understand the end product, my usual analogy is like, if you're a chef, you have to taste your food. If you don't taste your food, you could be serving shit to your customers and you're not even going to know it. And it's the exact same thing with miniatures. If you're not a consumer of the end product, how do you know what you're making is fit for purpose? And again, if you're on my Gumroad course, the first thing I've set you is homework to go and do to go and paint a model. And the simple reason for it is just to give you an appreciation of what's involved in painting a model. Because I think it stands you in better stead. And again, if you support your own models and you print your own models and then you paint your own models, it gives you a whole different level of appreciation of what you're actually making. And there are times when I've gone back and I've released a model, I've made it and I've put it out there, and then I've printed it off and I've painted it and sat down to paint it myself. And I might have sat down to paint it like, you know, several months after I've released it or whatever. And I sit down to paint it and I'm like, God, I've screwed up here. I've missed something. You know, I've left this massive, great big open void area they can't even get a brush into. And I'd never normally do that. Normally I try and identify them when I'm sculpting. But every so often one slips through the net and I find it when sometimes I find it when I'm printing. It's unusual that I would find something when I'm painting, because I've obviously I've done supports before that. But there have been times when I've found it when I've been painting the model and I've gone, oh my God, I've screwed up. But yeah, it's good to be a consumer of your work, so you have that rounded appreciation of what your customers are going through. Let's just Dynamesh again. Turn this off, drop the intensity down to about 19, bump the size up. Yeah, COVID kind of created a perfect storm, if you like, for this for these kind of companies to thrive. Unfortunately, where you had guys with a bit of money coming in, flashing the cash around, getting people to make them product lines and stuff like that, putting out large volumes of stuff cheap. It crashed the business a little bit, really, in terms of the whole industry, because the arse fell out of the industry because everybody was like a race to the bottom. And it was all these studios coming in and kind of like going, you know, like I said, when I started, it was like I was making 7 models, I was charging a tenner a month, nobody batted an eyelid, it was great value, they were loving it. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, they start dropping like flies and they're all jumping ship and going over to like Loot, who are doing, you know, 50 models for $10, and it's like, well, you're only doing 7. They're doing 50, and I'm like, yeah, but look at the difference in what I'm producing to what they're producing. It's like night and day. But the people who were buying the models were like new generation customers, if you like. So a little bit naive about what they were buying, and they just went for the what they perceive to be the better value, when it actually is the you know, the worst ones. And some of these clients who purchased models from you know, like a video game artist that was supposed to be for 3D printing, you find those guys are then coming back to you later on saying, oh, I've had these sculpts done but they don't work, can you fix them for me? And it's like, well, I can, but you could have just come to me in the first place and saved yourself all the headache and the aggro, couldn't you? Yeah, unfortunately, as with many things, it was money was a driving factor. Like most of the people who started in the industry, like myself, were doing it for the love of the miniatures and stuff, and then it suddenly became a money game because people realised there was cash to be made. There was one company, and I can't remember what they were called, but they were on My Mini Factory, and they were charging like $1 a month. And they told us all in like a conference type thing that they were spending something like, over a 6-month period, they spent $120,000 on advertising, and they got to a massive subscription number. They got like over 1,000 subscribers at $1 a month. But you know, you kind of then like, you're only charging $1 a month. You've made £1,000 back. You've just spent £120,000. It's going to take you 10 years to recuperate the cost of your advertising if you never advertise again with that rate of income. And it's just nuts. It is absolutely nuts. But this is what I'm saying. This is like corporations, businesses coming in and turning it into a money pit. I'm not even understanding the product they're putting out. I think in a lot of cases they don't even want to. They don't want to understand it. You know what I mean? They don't want to start playing the games. They don't want to kind of paint the miniatures. The interest isn't there for them. It's the business opportunity for them. Okay, so he's pretty much done. Let's put his table back in front of him. Put a dice or two in his hands. So let's go for a cube. I'm not gonna actually detail the cubes. I'm just gonna literally just put cubes in his hand. It's too small. That's about right, isn't it? Let's make a little bowl. Yeah, I think the reality of it is at the moment as well, and again, this is a good thing and a bad thing. It's why I want to educate people a little bit more about it. Really, there's no barrier to entry anymore for making miniatures. So it used to be you needed like casting equipment, or you had to pay a load of money to kind of get your products manufactured and made. Anybody can release a miniature range now. You just need time and ability to kind of produce something, or money to be able to pay other people to do it. And you can just make stuff and kind of get it out there. And that in itself is not a bad thing, as long as you're doing it in an informed way, and you've got the eye for quality to be able to kind of know that you're putting out good quality product for people. So anybody who is making miniatures, I would absolutely 100% encourage them to kind of like print models, paint them, and try them out, but also try things from like other professionals to see. So, and I'm not even talking, don't even go and, I'm not even saying come and buy my things. I'm saying go to companies that have got like Games Workshop, for example, where they have an art director, they have a whole team of people who are responsible for producing designs and making sure things are quality and fit for purpose and whatever else. and then at least that way you know that the model's being vetted by a series of people who have an eye for quality and are looking at making a kind of a viable product. Get some models from them, have a look at them in the flesh, you know, hold them in your hand, try them out, and yeah, I think one of those things is like, if you can do that, if you can try out in person some actual proper miniatures, it will give you a really good understanding and appreciation of where you should be kind of pitching and what you should be aiming at, quality wise. Although Games Workshop at the moment, I think they've gone to the other extreme, haven't they? They've gone into like the hyper detailed miniature kits and things like that, with like loads of engineering and tooling and stuff going into it. So, you know, their older stuff is probably more of a good example than their more recent stuff, if that makes sense. Oh, for Joff's sake, I've just spilt coffee all over my desk by drinking it. Up away too fast. Actually, it might be my lid's not on. Oh, do you know what it is? It's my seal. Crap. Oh, the seal in my coffee cup's gone. So like when I drink now, it's dripping down my hand. Awesome. Right, bowl for the middle of the table. There we go. We're gonna do like this is gonna be like spinning a bowl, you know, like when you see it like being laved out and whatever. I like doing this. Yeah. Yeah, Westphalia miniatures are good. Artisan Guilds are great. Artisan Guild, so those guys, I believe, made the models for Raging Heroes. So Raging Heroes was well, they're still around actually. They do a digital range now, but they used to produce all the models in metal. So they used to do a kind of a Games Workshop proxy miniature line. Which, you know, the models were beautiful on them. They were great. They were really good. They were done in, I think they were cast in resin rather than cast in metal, but they were cast models. And they were they were there right at the beginning when I was there as well. And the difference between me and them is I had kids. So when COVID happened, they could knuckle down and you know, capitalize on their. They also I have to give them credit where credit's due. They did an absolute masterpiece in marketing. That they basically laid the foundations for how everybody else was expected to run a Patreon for miniature releasing. That's all down to Artisans Guild and how they operated it. But yeah, we were both there at the beginning, kind of gaining momentum and stuff, and like, you know, I got to like my first 60 followers, my first 60 backers, and they hit like 600. But they got in there before me as well. They were in there before me, and they'd prepped. They'd had the good fortune to be able to go in there with like two sculptors making stuff, and they produced 6 months of content before they even released anything. Now, I would definitely say if you're going to be going into an industry and actually releasing anything now, plan your releases a year ahead, decide what you're going to do, and get as many months worth of releases as you can ready and out. One of the problems I always have now is I've fallen behind. So I'm releasing models, I'm sculpting models now that I owe from April still. I'm still producing like months ago. I've paused 2 months of Patreon where I've had no revenue from it because I'm so far back on the sculpting. I've had to kind of like, you know, knock it on the head for a little bit and not promise any new releases. So I'm just trying to catch up, and it's because of Crystal Collapse and everything else going on that's kind of like, you know, it's consumed all of my time, which, you know, again, when you're running a business, I'm not just making models. I wish I was just producing models. I can't spend all my time doing that, sadly. So yeah, you have to kind of, you know, I have to kind of like try and catch up now. Now, in the ideal world, I would love to be able to just press pause, sculpt 6 months worth of stuff, and just gradually release it and drip it out, and kind of like, you know, whilst I'm releasing the 6 months worth of stuff, I can go and do, you know, the next 6 months worth of releases, and I've got no pressure on me then, because I've got enough of a buffer that I can catch up and I can maintain. So in the interest of reducing your own stress levels and stuff, definitely that is the way to do it, if you can afford to hold off. Now I can only hold off so much, do you know what I mean, before I'm kind of at a point where, you know, frankly, I need the money. So it's like, you know, you've got like bills to pay, and, you know, a wife, 2 kids and a dog and all that kind of stuff. You've got to look after them and stuff. I can't afford to take loads and loads of time off and not be bringing in money. So I've got to kind of maintain that now. So if you're in a position where you can stave that off for a little while, you know, hold back your releases and just prepare, then you know, you're in a good spot. So this is me just like turning a bowl now. So this is like doing like lathe work, just using radial symmetry, nice and gentle. The higher the radial count, the better on these, actually, when you're doing this kind of stuff, because it just helps to make it a bit smoother. And then, yeah, outside the bowl, all I want to do really is I just want to add like a little lip to the bottom. But yeah, you're totally right. Anybody who's got the experience of producing models for metal casting or resin casting is going to have the understanding to be able to make nice models. It's just as simple as that. If you've produced, you know, I've done hundreds of models that have been cast over the years, in resin and in metal and plastic now, actually, for that matter. And it makes an awful difference to the product you put out. Sorry, not an awful difference, an awfully big difference to the product you put out. There's a little bowl. Oh, bloody massive bowl at the moment. Let's shrink it down. Bring it over here and pop it on the table. That's the kitty. Oh, they call it the ante, don't they, in the thing? So put it on the table there. Here's another interesting one for you as well. So when I first started doing the miniatures, I was doing them for resin casting. So I had to chop my miniatures up so that they could be cast well. I also had to chop them up so that they could print well. So because I was doing digital miniatures, they needed to be hacked to pieces, but they also needed to be 3D printed. And when they were printed, because the resin was brittle at the time, it left support marks all over the model. So I'd have to spend an hour to an hour and a half per master dealing with the dinks and divots and things like that on the model, getting like a little bit of putty and filling it in, and it wasn't too difficult, it wasn't too harsh or anything like that, but it was a process, and you've got to kind of go through it, and it was a bit of a nuisance. But anyway, the oops. Yeah, this process then of of getting the I just lost my train of thought then. Yeah, a process of cleaning up the models and everything else. Kind of you end up kind of trying to minimize the amount of supports that are on a model that are going to cause damage, and placing them where they're going to cause less damage or less noticeable damage. So I spent a lot of time doing engineering on miniatures to, like I say, chop them up for printing, to orientate them for printing, and also make sure they're fitted in the molds. I'm not going to go into all the requirements of mold making right now because it's not relevant, but the primary thing is you cannot have any single part of a model wholly in one half of the mold. They have to be able to be released. So you've got all of these kind of factors to think in when you're posing the models. Also, minimum thicknesses. We're talking like, for anything that's like a spear shaft or anything like that, minimum thickness of like 1.2 millimeters, because you're going to get a bit of shrinkage in the mold. So it's going to come down to about 1 millimeter in thickness, and you don't want to go any lower than that. And I maintain that now for 3D printing. Spear shafts and things like that, I try and maintain at least 1.2 millimeter thickness on them, and then that kind of makes them stable enough to be able to kind of be used or played with, at least. What is going on? Turn groups off. Why is it doing this? Why is my bowl disappearing? That's right. I didn't delete the top part of the bowl, foolishly. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Yeah, bowl of coins in the middle of the table. Bunch of dice around. Let's put some pints on the tables. Get some tankards. Maybe a bottom of some shot glasses. Now these tables, by the way, guys, the way I made these tables in the first place was we've got a table top and we've got the table base. The table base is completely hollow all the way through. The table top has got like a little plug insert, so it just plugs into the top of the table. And the reason I did that is because it just reduces suction on your prints. So you can print the tabletop as a separate piece to that. This has no mass to it, so it's going to use very little resin, but it's also going to not affect the printer in terms of suction, because when you orientate it like at an angle, print on an angle, it's going to print really nice. Or you can print it FDM, print it completely flat, and it'll just do the walls on it. Either or. Bloody drink cup, man. Let's get some shot glasses, I think. Spillage. It's crazy. What armies did you use to collect them for Warhammer and or do you still play actually, for that matter? Not played in, not properly in, not Warhammer at least, not properly in about 10-15 years. Oh, I've just missed a chunk here. Ah, Middle Earth. Nice. Yeah, yeah, when they were like, oh yeah, end of the world, here comes the Age of Sigmar. And they're bringing back fantasy now, aren't they? No, mate, 100%. I print these in resin. They're hollowed out, so they're really lightweight. There's not any kind of like mass to them or anything really, so they do print really well. It's like it looks like he's rolled dice and knocked a shot over. That's what's going to make the guy angry. Now I need a couple of tankards. Let's merge these down to the table at the bottom first. How do you get better anatomy? Okay, so you're gonna like this, mate. What you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to go and find loads and loads of pictures of nudie bodybuilders. So male and female, get as much resource as you can. Okay, go online, download files and files and files of it, especially if you're trying to get a pose done. Try and find a bodybuilder in that pose. Yep, female and male, either or, both, whichever you want to make. Now, the anatomy is going to be grossly exaggerated, so we start with, already for miniatures, you've got to exaggerate everything anyway. If you're too subtle with the anatomy, you're not going to get the, it's not going to show up very well. And if it doesn't show up very well on the model, it's not going to paint very well. So what you need to do is, give me 2 seconds, I'm just going to decant my coffee cup into my, my bloody gasket's twisted around and that's making my drink leak. Pour it into my cup. I'm making a right mess here with my coffee every time I take a sip. It's doing my head in. So yeah, so get your female resources, get your male resources, bodybuilders who are like extreme. And you even want like the vascular ones, so like where they've got veins all over the place, right? So you can see where the veins go, because at some point you're gonna want to sculpt like veins onto a model because of like, you're doing like a jacked kind of berserker or whatever, and you want to exaggerate, you want to make it look like he's crazed and whatever. So you put big bulging veins on there, so it looks like he's powerful and whatever. So make a library full of these kinds of poses, these kinds of things, and let's see if I've got one up. If I've got one saved still. Right, here we go. So I've got an anatomy folder here. I've got like this one here, the guy with the log over his shoulder. So this one's a really good one to demonstrate the way that chest muscles change and like the position of the shoulder. You see this shoulder's lower than this shoulder. So you got this one's higher up because the arm's raised. So you're not just kind of like raising the arm, you've got to change the angle of the shoulders as well as the as well as just lifting the arm up. So if you're trying to do a pose like this where like you got a guy with a big sword over his shoulder like Cloud or something like that, this is the kind of image you need. It shows, because the guy's got quite a bit of muscle on him, it shows you where the muscles like deform and change when you're in a different position. If you're looking at your arms and hands and things like that, you can use your own as reference in front of you, so you've got some reference readily available already. A lot of these over exaggerated ones, they will show you like the back here. They're opening on a different window, I think. Oh no, they're there. The back here, it shows you all the muscles in the back in a really exaggerated format. Very high contrast. They're really good for reference. Okay. So look at things like that. Get your folder saved. I don't know if I've got other. I've got folders in folders, which is just ridiculous, but. Yeah, get yourself a library and start building your library of all the different things that appeal to you. I think I've got like Pinterest libraries and things as well, so just save yourself a gallery in Pinterest and just lock them all in. Let's see if we've got anything else. Yeah, try and save them with some order so it makes a bit of sense rather than just dumping them all into a folder and hoping for the best, because you'll never find things. That's what I've done, by the way. So just do a little Google search, you know, bodybuilder in this pose or whatever, or male bodybuilder in this pose, female bodybuilder in this pose, and then pay careful attention to the angle of the shoulders, the angle of the hips, because those two things will change for poses very drastically, and you won't necessarily notice that unless you're looking for it. But incorporating those angle changes into your sculpts will make a huge difference in how well they come across. Yeah, it's got to be done now. But this is one of these things now. So if I say to you, go and design me a dwarf, okay, because you've gone through this and you've looked at all these pictures and you've kind of absorbed all of this information without looking at anything, you've probably got an idea in your head of what a dwarf's going to look like. Right now, if you want to kind of improve that and make it better, the thing you do is you get the reference and you work from reference. But it might not be one piece of reference. It might be 10 or 11 different pieces, and you take little bits from different ones, bring them together and create. It's exactly what the bloody AI is doing that everybody complains about. It's scraping the internet, looking at all different images, picking and choosing which bits you want to use and combining them into a unique image. And it's no different to what AI is doing, apart from it's a human brain doing the trawling, and it's slower. So you know, harsh to say, but that's what you're dealing with, really. But and I'm not suggesting go and use AI to do it. You can use AI for concepting a little bit if you want to try and get an idea together. But quite often it's noticeably AI. If you want to use, if you want to try and get to do things in your own style, now you can obviously get your AI to work so that it does produce things in a particular style by giving it certain prompts and things like that. But I think you're far better off using like real life resources. So like my armor and things, my armor resources is a mixture of actual physical practical armor, which I do like to use as reference. I do like to make sure that if I do a character in armor, that they look like they could, you know, if I was to realistically sculpt that armor, make a life-size version of it, and I was wearing it, that I'd actually be able to move and fight. So I always consider that when I'm designing costumes. But then I also have like the anime stuff, and sometimes the anime stuff is just mental, or it's like it's really under either completely impractical or really like underprotective. So like you'll get like, you know, you'll get like a chest plate that only covers like one side of the chest with you know, a gem on it or something like that, and then like, you know, it's like, oh well, your whole stomach's open to attack, and we'll get you on the other side and whatever. You know, they're only interested in protecting the heart, but actually, you know, there's more critical organs around that can take you out just as easily. So yeah, so it's weird, and it's all about finding your own style in there. You've got this whole aspect of, do you want to sculpt like somebody else? Do you want to do like, you know, do you want to make models for Games Workshop? Do you want to make models for Middle Earth? Do you want to make models for you know, any other kind of system really? But whatever you're gonna do, you need to make sure that you've got enough resource to be able to kind of design for it, really. So if there's a game you really like and you want to kind of make models for it, consume the game, buy it, get models for it, make sure you've got physical things on your desk and use that as inspiration. Doesn't mean you've got to copy it, but you know, if you want your stuff to fit in line with it, print it off, put it on the tabletop. Does it belong in that range? If it does, you've won, you've succeeded. I need another pint tankard or two. So this table, I could have left this till later, but the table's helping me to tell a story here. So the guy with the cigar in his mouth. Oh, ashtray. Let's put an ashtray on the table. I'm gonna have a guy slamming his hands down on the table, angry that he's just spilt his shot with his dice. Just knocked my drink over. So let's put the ashtray on the table as well. Same as I did before, I'm going to dynamesh this, shrink it down. Let's go for activate symmetry, radial Y symmetry, 100 counts. Polish. Now, you'll notice here that there are lumps and bumps and things like that. This is not perfectly smooth. It's not perfectly flat. It doesn't need to be. It's such a tiny detail on the table. It's like, you know, don't stress over it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drop this down to 4 now. And I'm going to do some little cigar rests. And I could boolean this out, but again, what I'm doing, it's so not worth it. There we go. Let's put a little cigar in there as well. A couple of little nubs. And then the last thing to put in there is a little ball of ash. Well, it's not a ball, but I'm going to use a ball. Oops. Now for this one, I'm just going to go for orb cracks and switch up to colour spray. Incidentally, if I'm doing a puddle base like you see on the old historical miniatures, this is exactly what I do. This is the ground texture. Okay, there we go. There is a little pile of stubbed out cigars in the ashtray. Storytelling here, we're not just sculpting. Save the ashtray to the component library. Miscellaneous. Okay, so this one's the next one. Let's do him a bit more. You can have a normal build. Let's use this body. Right, let's get Smokey Joe dressed. I'm just going to give Max a quick message and let him know I'm on stream. I know, leg wraps. once. So change that to back to freehand. Just tidying these up now, just smoothing them out a touch. I do need to go and add some weapons onto these guys. I think I said yesterday, so I need to go back and add oh, just before I carry on that thought, what you'll see me doing sometimes when I'm doing this, I'm going to go from one leg to the other and work across both of them. And what it will stop me doing is stop me having to rotate the model around all the time, because the obviously symmetry's on. So what I can see on this side of the leg is automatically being done on the other side there that I can't see. And then this side here, I'll sculpt this on here and it's happening on the back of this leg. So I don't have to keep rotating the model around. I think I might do this guy a jacket. I'll show you another way I do clothing. So this is me trying to do clothing fast on this guy. I'm literally just sculpting straight over his anatomy and I'm blocking it all in. I'm going to lose all the anatomy. The other way I do things is, so I'll duplicate him. Let's hide the Chuckle Brothers. And the other faces I'm not using yet, actually. Let's hide them. Okay, so duplicate his body, which I've got here. I only want the body, so I'm going to delete hidden. So now with the body visible, I do what I do normally. I create like the clothing I want. Carve in where I don't want it. Block it out, polish it off. Clean up the internal lines here. I say internal lines, I'm talking about where the model intersects the body, where the clothes intersect the body. What we really want is a nice clean line coming out. A clean transition from one to the next. So I go through it. There we go. There we got a jacket, little waistcoat type jacket. A little bit of details at the back. Let's give him a t-shirt under his top as well. Give him some sleeves. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to do like a roll up at the bottom of his sleeve, so it looks like his sleeves are folded back. Bastard. Oh, when did I last save that? Right. Do you know what, guys? I think this is a good opportunity for me to take a leg stretch and have a little break. So I've got to go back and pick up the jacket again. Finish off the top of the trousers, the belt, and yeah. You absolute spudge rockets, that push. Also my fault for not saving regularly enough, but let me just check and see if my actual save file is further. Oh yes, it actually is. Phew, thank God for that. Don't always rely on your quick save, guys. Turns out my actual save file is a little bit further advanced. Right. Want a BRB screen for a minute. There we go. I've barely lost anything. Just a bit of t-shirt I was doing just for you. Okay, I'm just going to pop you on a BRB and I'll be back shortly, guys. Okay, see you in a minute. Hey guys, back again. Let's try and resume and let's recover where we were. Van over on YouTube, thank you very much. What a lovely message to come back to. I'm glad you enjoy it. Right, so I was doing a t-shirt for this guy, wasn't I? So let's resume that again. Smooth off the nips. I'm going to just do some smoothing around here. This is just to create a bit of topology. In fact, let me show you what I'm doing. This is where I want to do the line to go around the arm. You can see as I'm just smoothing over it, because I'm using Sculptures Pro mode, it's adding loads of topology right where I need it. So now when I didn't have symmetry on, did I? Or did I? Okay, so now when I take the arms, we're going to mask these off. Now let me just undo the things. We're going to mask off the arm. No, not like that. Oh, sorry, it's not centered and I haven't got local symmetry on, that's why. Right, if I put the lines back on, my mask is falling straight within the realm here. So when I invert that, turn off my line, I can get a nice sharp line now, whereas last time I did this, I ended up with like a really jagged line. And then I can just inflate. And it'll save me having to go back in and add loads of extra details and stuff. Okay. Then come to the body. I just want to smooth this out. So it's a combination of the smoothing brush and polish. I'm inverting the polish brush so I don't take too much away. I want to add to it rather than take it away. Just decided to headbutt me for some reason. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm spending any time on this bit. This is stupid of me. This is I'm still doing it. I can't stop myself. Ah, no, go stop. It's hidden by the jacket. It's serving no purpose. Stop touching it. Why do I do it to myself sometimes? I don't know. Yeah, I think the one thing I want people to take away from watching these sculpts, by the way, is that there's not a right way or wrong way of doing anything. There's different ways, and the way you choose at the time might be wrong, or it might be right, or it might be right, but it might be inefficient. As long as you get the end result you're after, doesn't matter how you get there. What does matter is that you save regularly and don't lose too much work. Or ZBrush inevitably crashes on you, because it will. Close hole. Excuse me. Not close hose. Close holes. So I've got a few little faces missing. Why does she do this all the time, man? She's constantly scratching at the carpet. The latest thing is running down the. This is Mabel I'm talking about, by the way, if anybody's wondering. It's not my wife or daughter or anything. The latest thing is running down the garden at 100 miles an hour, barking at absolutely nothing, and then coming back up the house completely like covered from head to toe in like barbed grass seeds. And then I have to sit down and pick them all out of a fur. And sometimes she does that at like 2 o'clock in the morning, which is really what I want to be doing with my time. Yeah, see, I'm at this kind of like point now where the things I know I need to do on a regular basis, like let's say we're talking about armor, let's say we're talking about you know, making a breastplate or something, right? Depending upon the design of the breastplate, there's going to be different ways that are going to be best to make it. You can do an extraction. I don't like doing extractions purely because you have to. So let me demonstrate. Actually, I'll demonstrate why I don't like an extraction. Let's mask off a bit here like this. Okay, this is going to be the core of our breastplate. Okay. So I mask that, and I'm going to extract it. That's way too thick. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, so the first thing you've got to do is going to extract everything. Right? So the first thing I have to do on this, if I start sculpting on this now, oh, it hasn't done it. Sometimes what happens is it pulls the mesh from the other side. Like there. It's done it now. See how it's gone flat? So we've got a flat spot. It's a bit too thick at the moment for it, but so it's come through to the side. Now this bit here is actually really, really thin. If I was going the other direction, in fact, let's. It's probably too thick to actually demonstrate it really. But basically, you can end up affecting the inside of the mesh. And when you're moving things around, what you can end up doing inadvertently is creating hollow voids between the torso and the actual body. So whenever you do an extraction or you do anything that sits on the surface of another model, the first thing you need to do is take that bit of internal geometry there. I'll take this and this as well because I don't need that. You take all the internal geometry bits, I'm just going to delete them, delete hidden and close holes, right? So it closes up the arms, it closes up the bottom of the torso, and that's going to give us a completely solid mesh. Now, to get to there, to get to that same point, the other way I could do it is I can just sculpt straight onto the body. Okay, so as I did with the jacket when I made the waistcoat, clone the torso, sculpt it directly on, polish it, shape it, do what you need to do. Use the inflate tool if you need to, and then just clean up the edges. You're still going to have to clean the edges up on this. You've still got to kind of go through all of those rigmaroles. But I just find the basic mesh you start with isn't as accommodating as just using the torso and just, you know, sculpt straight onto it, inflate it, do what you need to do. So this is one way you can obviously create, you know, extra pieces of gear. It's better. This is better for doing armor than it is for doing like clothing, for example. For clothing, you don't really need all the extra geometry of having legs inside the trousers, and inside the shin wraps. So by the time you got to this stage, really, if you still got legs inside, you want to be deleting the legs, just because it's extra geometry that you've got to kind of faff with. And when you have two surfaces that actually occupy the same space, when you dynamesh them together, you often get this like surface texture, like pitting on the surface, and it's only very minor. It doesn't usually show up in the models. But yeah, it is worth just making sure that you just, you know, avoid it where you can. No, I don't. Yeah, back to the whole thing about different methods. You'll find there'll be times when you'll know 10 different ways of doing something, and often it's a case of which one jumps into your brain first. You kind of go, ah, that's how I do this, and then you start it, and then as you're doing it, you kind of go, oh, I can do it like this, but it's not the most efficient way of doing it. This would be better. And that's fine. You don't need to worry about it, but it's just one of those things. Just be aware of. Just because you've committed to the wrong, or you started with the wrong method, doesn't mean you've got to commit to it and see it through. You can always just stop and change, chop and change halfway through if you need to. So yeah, don't feel bound to your choices if you've chosen wrong. It's never too late to mix it up a bit. And don't get too married to your designs until you've settled on the overall character look. Okay, let's attach his waistcoat to him. And I'm going to go and place him down at the table. Whoops. Let's go for mask him there. Oops. Forgot about that, wasn't attached. Some veins bursting out of his neck, I think, when we're doing this, like to show how angry he is. Oh shit, I've left his eyes behind, I think. Also good, so looks like I've got a load of rogue polys in my arm. Hand poses again. Joys and joys. Nothing I love more than posing hands. Right, so time on a hand pose by drafting in a hand from another scene. Import. Okay, that'll do. No, do you know what? This is going to take me longer. This is one of those things where realise your mistake early and then get rid of it. As much as I dislike posing hands, it's going to be quicker for me to put the pint glass into this dude's hand by actually just doing it like properly. Right, let's split this off. Add the ashtray to the table. Put the pint in the dude's hand. I've got this guy called Smoky Joe at the moment. Hey Rob, how you doing? It's 16 million instead of 100 million now. And right at the beginning of the stream, I was looking through the files, and I actually discovered that there was a table which was, let me show you, this one, this table, which absolutely inexcusably was like 45 million polys. So the chairs were, these bar stools were about 2.5 million a piece. That was like 45 million. By the time I'd like decimated them all, we had I've got it down to like 15 million in total now. It absolutely was. And there was no reason for it either, because it was just a few like logs, a few like round cylinders with wood texture. No idea how I've ended up making them such heavyweight models, if I'm honest. Or why I left them like that either, but for that matter. All right, cool. Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Thanks, mate. The suggestion to me was basically republish all of my content and re-upload all of the files. So I'll be doing that later on. I'm going to take the kids swimming at 3 today, so I will probably do it after we get back. Can't believe it's another swimming lesson already. Like, it doesn't feel like it's been a week since the last one. Time is flying big time, man. I just realised these eyes are actually there, look. There's his eyeball, though, where's that? End up in his cheek. Yep. The bee thing, just as a point of interest, I know. Let me show you. I'll put it in the Discord thing, so it's in it's in school now, but it used to be on my Discord server. I'll just quickly show you this because. So we had. Let's show you it. If you go into what is it now? Over here, character design challenges. So we got the February 2024 character challenge. So what happened was, a load of the guys who were in the server at the time, we generated this this list of prompts and whatever. And the idea of it is, it's come from the Chuck Luke's book, Fantasy Genesis, and it gives you all these different prompts from different categories. So I used the D6, or I used the dice generator basically. Rolled on all the tables, and then we pulled up these prompts. So you get bee, wasp, mushroom, timid, bashful, swinging a weapon, electric bolts, and pen/paintbrush. So the idea is that you're supposed to incorporate all of these aspects into your model. Now, they don't have to be explicit, so you don't have to literally do a wasp and a bee. You don't have to literally add a mushroom in there. But if you look at like the textures that are on them, and you look at like the structural elements or anatomical elements and things like that, and you can incorporate that into a design, that's the intent of it. So let's say a paintbrush, for example, you have like the tuft on the end. You might want to incorporate that as like, I think here Daniel did this this character that was like a female kind of like, you know, like almost Ant-Man-esque kind of character, but he's got this almost paintbrush like bristle like ponytail coming on. So you got like the bristles of the ponytail coming in as an inspiration here, with the stinger on the end. We've got the honeycomb pattern here to represent the bee. The furry collar comes from like a like you see on a bee when they've got like the furry bodies. And then the hammer obviously has like a mushroom kind of like head on it. So I think you use most of the prompts. Now, the other one was swinging a weapon, which is obviously an action. I don't think you use electric bolts. I could be wrong. And timid and bashful and swinging a weapon, they're a little bit different in terms of the kind of the application of them. So for me, when I did mine, I decided to do mine in a more timid kind of vibe. Inflatable friend here, you can see, has taken a more literal like application in terms of like writing with a quill pen. He's done a tree stump with like the mushrooms growing on it, and he's turned that into a character in itself. My one here was the, can't remember what I called, Beatrice the bee shroom. So I used mushroom elements. You can see like the mushroom kind of detailing coming up, like the mushroom gills coming up in the joints here where I've got the arms. A bit of the mushroom like the stem of a mushroom, like the little kind of, is that what you call it, like the flaky bits at the top. I've used that kind of detailing on the top of the legs. So the legs, the arms and legs are almost like mushroom stalks. Then we've got like a bee's head with mushroom antenna. The what do you call it? The bee's arse. It's not the is it thorax or the abdomen? No, thorax. Whatever it's called. I've styled it like a mushroom anyway. And then this is the standing pose. This was standard pose I did, and this is me attempting to make something that doesn't have human features, look like it's a bit timid, like it's rubbing its arm with shyness kind of thing. So yeah, and this is the point of it, is to try and like exercise your brain. So it's an exercise in creativity. So it doesn't matter if it's successful or not. The idea is to try and think abstractly about it. So here we've got Adam did one which was a bee-like creature with a big fungal spore growth on its back. Again, much more of a literal interpretation of like the brief. Not to say it's wrong. And we got Daniel's one again there, where it's like you can see it's swinging the hammer. Yeah, did one kind of crazy little bee creature swinging a paintbrush around. So again, another quite literal interpretation, turning a humanoid character into this like this mutant bee kind of type thing. So yeah, an awful lot of stuff, a lot of different ways you can approach it. But my advice is to get the most out of it, to get it as intended. Oh like crazy. I sculpt everything. I can't sketch. If I sketch, I feel like I'm wasting time unless I'm actually going to turn the drawing into something I'm going to use. So yeah, for me, it's kind of I will sculpt it dynamically. If you go onto the server, you can click on the video here. This is actually on my YouTube channel anyway. If you go to that 32mm sculpting challenge, February 2024, I think I've linked this on the school page anyway. You can see the whole stream where I did it, and I literally through that stream I'm putting up photo image reference. I'm talking about my thought process and how I'm going to approach it, how I'm going to tackle the different you know, the different challenges and the different you know, incorporations, and obviously the decision making process I went through, as well as seeing the sculpting and everything else. I think it's about 3 hours long or something like that in total. So you know, if you want to listen to my droning voice for another 3 hours, you want to see what happened, click on the video there and go watch that, and you know, you'll be able to see it for yourself and kind of try it out. But yeah, I have tried sketching. I used to be really good at drawing when I was younger, and then by the time I started sculpting, my drawing started to suffer because I was spending more time sculpting. So yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. I like drawing, but I don't get to do enough of it to kind of develop my skills in it. I think he's going to come out massive now. File size, 4.7 million. Could be worse. Could be better. Could be worse. All these little crappy bits. Northern accent from the Midlands. So you got to be a Londoner, haven't you? Only a proper Southerner thinks I'm a Northerner. Yeah, I mean, give it a go and post your progress on it. Cause I love seeing how different people interpret that task. And my plan is to start doing more of them again. Because I used to do them as a warm up exercise. That was my you know, something to kind of get your brain going a little bit. My plan was I'd spend like an hour on it, you know, half an hour in the morning and just chip away at it. But yeah, it ended up being something that kind of took up a whole stream, spent an entire day on it, and you know, it was good fun. But yeah, definitely good fun it was. But unless it's something I'm going to release as a model, it was kind of it became one of those things that was like it was almost like a chore to run. But if I can make something more of the school, you know, get the community built up and everything there, I'll be more than happy to kind of run it. I think it was, by the time I did the second one, nobody really finished the challenge. It was like it was kind of, it felt like I was putting effort in for no reason. And then it was like, you know. But I want to create a load of challenges around like painting as well. I've done a few on my website actually. If you go onto my liontower.com, and again I'll consolidate these into schools, so there's like painting tasks in there. There's a couple of like painting challenges around doing like monochrome and painting battle damage on models and stuff. So if you want a painting challenge, we've got plenty of them for you to tackle as well. But let me just go and have a little. See if I pull one up and post it in for you, so you can just grab it straight up. To go to blogs and articles, level up challenges. So you got an NMM non-metallic metal painting challenge. We've got a glowing OSL challenge. We've got a battle damage challenge. We've got a monochrome challenge. And then this one was about batch painting, which I started a while back and never actually managed to. Well, my plan was to get this one finished off, and I didn't quite succeed. So I took 5 of my Kingsguard. I painted them up to this standard as like a general tabletop standard kind of thing. And this is just like single flat colours. There's no shading or anything on here. It's just flats. And then the idea was, after I'd achieved this standard of, you know, the flat painting, would be to go and add. Oh, actually, did I do a highlight? No, I stopped at mid-tones on this one, so we never went into any of the anything else then. So yeah, the plan here was to then elevate these by doing a shading layer and a highlight layer and taking it to a high tabletop standard rather than just a basic tabletop standard. But I think most people would be quite happy to put, you know, models like that on the tabletop. So, but you know, it's that whole thing, isn't it, about painting 5 models that are the same, doing like, you know, you do the same bit on each one and then move on to the next one. And it's like just conveyor belt, isn't it? The battle damage one will be an interesting one. That takes a really steady hand. That does. Yeah, so this wasn't painted by me. This was painted by Judge Gudge. If you don't follow him already, look him up on Instagram and whatnot. He's absolutely phenomenal. Golden Demon winner he is. That was mine. I've redone the OSL effect on him since to make the glow a little bit more obvious, because I was using like just normal orange paint and it never quite lived up to what I needed it to. I bought some neon paint recently when I popped into Element Games. I think they were Pro Acryl neons. They were. It's like a neon set. And I got a neon yellow and a neon red and a neon orange, and I redid all the OSL on him using that, and it's come up really nice actually. Yeah, they're just, the idea is it's like you end up doing the same things, don't you? Unless somebody pushes you to get out of your comfort zone, and when you get out of your comfort zone, that's when you dabble in new techniques, you find things that work for you, and I've written, you know, because I'm not busy enough doing the bloody sculpting course at the moment. I've also written a painting tutorial about how I do my painting technique, which is all I use glazes for everything. So sometimes I start with a mid-tone and then I shade down into the shadows and then glaze up into the highlights. Sometimes I start on the shading and then glaze up to mid-tone and then glaze up to highlights. And sometimes I start at highlight and then glaze down to mid-tone and then glaze down again to shadows. And sometimes I flip between all 3 methods, depends on which one I'm trying to do. So here, if I'm trying to, like with him for example, with a white cloth, it's easier to start with white and then glaze the shadows and the mid-tones in than it is to try and glaze up to white, because white can be a bit chalky when you're trying to glaze it on. So, so yeah, it's all like, you know, useful techniques and useful practice and stuff, and it's nice to have that little task and that little challenge to try and set you you know, set you out of your comfort zone and help you to kind of like progress. And that's the same principle behind the sculpting challenge as well, really. It's just doing a little bit something different to your normal fare. So if I'm doing fantasy miniatures a lot, it's quite nice when I get a commission that's like something sci-fi or, you know, a little bit different. And I quite like the historical ones. I quite like getting historical commissions. Just 'cause it's a little bit of something different, and with the historical ones, you tend to have the like photographic reference, or at least some form of illustration to work from. You know what I mean? There's lots of material around. It's a good excuse to go to museums as well if you got a chance, or if there's a museum nearby that's got that kind of stuff in it. Let's do a little pouch on him. So Leeds for a stag do, and you went to him, and you tried to go into the Armories Museum. I suppose it depends who you're with, doesn't it? If they're all into the same kind of thing, you can get away with that. An interesting one, if you're ever in the area, is Oxford. If you go into Oxford, there's Oxford University have got the Natural History Museum there, and there's a section of the Natural History Museum called the Pitt Rivers Museum. And Pitt Rivers is a bizarre, like they've got all these kind of cultural things from around the world, and all these like little, you see all these people kind of going about the British Empire went round and stole everybody else's shit, and, and that's, and they hold on to it in museums, and they're busy looking at it and don't want to return it and everything else. Basically, the Pitt Rivers Museum is a prime example of that kind of stuff. Like they've even got shrunken heads in there, which is like absolutely fascinating stuff. But well worth a look if you're a history buff and you like that kind of thing. It's the Garman Ryan Museum and Pitt Rivers. It's like a combined exhibit. When you go upstairs in that one anyway, they have this massive whole floor that is just literally wall to wall weapons. It's from like all different civilizations, all different cultures, all different time periods and stuff. There's just weapons like swords, halberds, everything, man. And it's such a cool exhibit to go around. You walk out of it, you're just like buzzing with ideas. Do you know what I mean? Well, you see, doing all this kind of stuff when you're masking things off regularly, it ends up with like these little artifacts where you lose odd faces on the model for some reason. Anytime that happens, close holes, auto group, and then just redo your Dynamesh. It tends to fix most of it. you want to auto group again, and then you just got to be careful. Like I can see here, I've got a few floating faces, and that's going to do me no favors later when we come to do the like the supports and stuff. They're going to still be there wafting around, and they're going to get like dragged into the actual slicer and cause problems. So what we want to do with that is auto group everything first. Then we're going to pick the items that we're keeping. I've got a weird like tumor in the leg there or something like that. So you can see throughout the course of this sculpt I've created all these random artifacts all over the place. So we just invert the mask, and I'm just going to delete them and get rid of them. Now if you forget at this point and you get as far as putting them into the slicer, in Lychee you can do split the parts. So if you do bring something in that is multiple pieces like this, and it's got all these little floaty bits that are going to kind of get stuck in the air, in the print or whatever else, you can deal with that by going in and just doing the split to parts function, and that will allow you to remove the pieces that are the floaty island bits, and yeah, basically lets you do I'm just going to do a little bit of creasing around the knees here. Lets you remove the floaty islands. Yeah, no worries, Rob. Thanks for dropping in again. Appreciate it. I'll catch up with you soon, dude. But yeah, the island, the little floaty islands, you can just remove them. Then once you've separated them from the main model, you can just delete the floaty bits. Just get rid of them altogether. Right, if you do the stitches like I do here, you've got to use Sculptures Pro mode. You draw your kind of your seam first, and then when you start doing your stitches, you start in the middle of the the seam and build it up to there, and then we go across the stitch like that. If you go straight through, you end up with just the stitch kind of go in that shape, and then you have to build up the middle anyway. It's easier to, you get a better, smoother look if you just build the centre up first. Jacket's a bit short, so I'm just going to lengthen it down a bit. make him a quick coin pouch, but I'm not going to do a money bag like I did before. I'm going to do an actual pouch on his bag, on his belt. So we'll go append. In fact, append a cube. As you can see how easy it is to make a bag. Okay, I'm going to dynamesh it with whatever resolution's already there. Get it to a roughly bag shape. Okay, I'm going to use trim dynamic. I'm going to put my symmetry on first. So I've got Z symmetry. I'm going to roll over the top edge. This is going to be the flap at the top. I'm going to roll over the back and the bottom. I could have done this with Y symmetry as well, to be fair. And then for the front side here, I want to keep the front fairly sharp, but what I want to do is I'm going to just roll it around this way. Okay, now I'm going to mask off just the front bit there like that. Now I want it to have a bit of a curve in the front there, so I'm just going to come down like that. Wrong tool. Like that, okay. Mask that bit off. Sharpen it, and I'm just going to click scale. Scale. You can click any of them, just get the widget up, and I'm just going to drag that forward. Dynamesh it again. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to add, with low intensity Sculptures Pro turned off, just going to add some just fold marks. Okay. And then bump the intensity up, Sculptures Pro on. I just want to carve into the side and just come down like that. Okay, that just creates the flap. Go around the edge. Now, if you want to, at this point, you can do a stitch seam kind of thing. And then all we do then, in the middle, do a little V shape, and then put a button in it. And that is ready to go onto a model. Oh, nearly ready, it's a bit too big, I think. Right, we're going to look at a couple of weapons. So let's just do his neck first, blend his neck into his head. I'm going to go standard brush. One a few times you'll see me use a standard brush, but Veins inside of his head. A couple of up his neck. Crazy. Did you end up going into the museum, by the way, or did you? Was it not a popular choice? Everybody else after the lap dancing joints and stuff, bit of stag do. Split. Unmasked. So that goes on to Smoky Joe as well. Right, next character is the laughing guy. Now this guy's going to be much bigger. thrown back in a big old laughing manner. Because he's such a big fella, he's going to be a bit on a chunky side. Let's double chin him up. So I'm going to be thickening up the arms. I want to make them muscly, but kind of not defined. That makes sense. Bit of inflate around the wrist then, because that's not going to work otherwise. About another 10 minutes, guys, and I'm going to have to knock this on the head, so And then I say I might be back on tomorrow with a stream, but if I do, it's very likely going to be a painting one. So you get to see a little bit of something different from me. Doing a paint up of where is she? Got two models. I've got Rosalind for Crystal Collapse, and I've got oh, put up. There she is. Oh, sorry, bud. Sorry, Mabel. I meant to kick you. Yes, I've got tomorrow. I'm doing a painting. It'll be these two. So we've got Louise with the massive, great big mace, and we've got Rosalind. Now this is my reimagining of Rosa from Final Fantasy IV. So she's the white mage with a bow and arrow, and yeah, she's got like the white mage cloak, little chocobo plushie on her hip, and Louisa is straight out of the Crystal Collapse world, unique character. So for her, I'll be following the official artwork that Alex has drawn for us. So I'll be following her colour scheme for that. And for Rosalind, I will be kind of going red and white on the old cape, and then on the thing here, the skirt, and then the rest of the details. I might go for like maybe go for pink. Maybe go for a bit of pink in there, make it look a bit girly. I don't think I've got any pink in Crystal Collapse so far. So these two will be on the painting table tomorrow, potentially. Could also be him. I've got to get him finished. This is the Hob King, so done a good whack on him already, but I need to push him across the line and get him absolutely done so I can photograph him for the book. And then we've got like a bunch of the little hobs, and they're all complete. These are painted and finished already. A few little highlights in the eyes, I think, is all that's needed on these, but ultimately these guys are ready to go. In fact, I think it is just an extra highlight pass on them. So yeah, an extra stage of highlighting on all of them, and then they're all good to go. So right, let's switch back to sculpting stream. Okay, right, so let's make his hands fatter. Hey, Keller. What's up, man? You're lagging. Me too, mate. I'm on a tired one today, and honestly, the music on the stream today is making me feel really sluggish, like I could nod off and have a nice little nap. You've been so quiet as well. It's not like you. You've been doing what? Sorry, fixing some models up. I saw a video earlier on of Bill Gates in the UK somewhere. I don't know where, but there was like a mob around his car, like basically saying he needs to be arrested and all this kind of stuff. They were proper like shouting at him, like rocking the car, and there's about 20 police officers like standing around trying to stop people getting near him. No, what sort of like what a police hat kind of thing. No, it's easy, mate. Let me show you quick. I've got to knock it on the head in a minute, but let me just before I go, let me show you how to do it. let me just save this guy, and I'll show you what to do. Right, it's got a 100cm ruler, and then we've got a 25mm base. Okay, so there's up in transform, is it, or okay? So first thing we're gonna do is in the ZBrush Scale Master. Is it Scale Master? Right, so set scene scale first. So the selected base tool has the generic size of this unit, right? So whatever it's going to be. Go for a millimeters unit because you're measuring in millimeters, right? Then we go back into there, and you want to go. So we're looking at the red axis, which is the x-axis, I believe. X-axis is the red, so we want to make sure the red axis on this, on a cylinder, is 130mm. Okay, and then resize subtool. Okay, now, oh, everything's resized up. So everything's much bigger now. Put the floor on, you'll see the floor's a tiny little thing in the middle. But this base tab in the scene is set to 130mm across on the X, which is the only important thing really. So what you can do is you can take the we normally use the y-axis and the ruler set to 100mm. In this case, what you do is you just take the thing that you're using, and we want x-axis to be 130. In fact, you know what? Everything I've just showed you was completely unnecessary, wasn't it? Because as long as if you've got this, so if you've got like the jar, if the lid of your jar like this, if that's the lid of the jar and it's 130mm across, all you need to do is when you export the file, this file, this Boolean object, which is going to carve out the inner of the hat, is going to be set to be 130mm diameter. You can sculpt it at any size, any scale, it doesn't matter. But then set that axis on the export, the y-axis, sorry, the x-axis across the middle of this object, with this as the active object when you export it, the x-axis set to 130, everything will come out exactly as you need it. So the whole scene scale and setting scales and everything else, that was just bollocks. And it achieved nothing. Height doesn't matter. The height as you would normally deal with it, you just sculpt whatever height you need it to look at, so it visually looks right. The only important dimension is the width of the lid, which is the Boolean object you're going to take out of it. So again, if I come back over here, we just take this this tab. Let's hide the dude and everything else, but to hide everything else. So this base is set to be 130mm across. That's what this is the top of the jar, right? So we're going to add a file on top of it. Okay. Oops. That's going to sit on top of there, right? So imagine this the outer one is your hat. You know, the hat you've sculpted and whatever else. The inner one there is your jar. So you want this to sit over the top of that. You might want to make that like, when you export it, you might want to make it 131 millimeters or 132 millimeters, just so you've got that little bit of tolerance in there. But yeah, essentially 130 millimeter diameter on that inner thing when you export it, and you export that with this visible. This will export relative to the one you've selected as your export object. So this will come out then with a 130 millimeter diameter hole in it, which is what you need it to be. So you just duplicate this object and then remove it from the one. One side of the hat is 52 millimeters tall and the other is 45. Yeah, that'll be fine. None of that matters, mate. None of it matters. Your sculpt, as long as it fits on your build plate, that's the only thing that matters. So, I mean, that's roughly what you're talking about. See how quickly I can make a police hat now. From memory as well. That would do. I'm just going to go and change. Z plugin, scale to oh, that didn't work, did it? Right. It's not perfect, and I haven't got any reference for it, but there we go. That's the hat, right? Oops. Hey Bill, how you doing, mate? Right, so that's as an example, mate. Yeah, just there's your hat. This one here is the thing that we're going to boolean out. Okay. So we know this is 130 millimeters across. Okay. So we boolean this out, give it a bit of depth so it goes in deeper. Let's take the top of the hat to the thing there. Okay. Oops. Just going to take the groups off and dynamesh that. So the whole thing becomes an object, a single object. Get the Boolean object in. Now duplicate this, right? So we're going to call this 130mm X. Okay. And then you're going to get your dynamesh it. Go to this one, set this as your active object, set this as your removal object. In fact, you know what, let's just inflate that ever so slightly. Merge down, redo the dynamesh. Okay. Oh, hang on. Duplicate. Oh. Right. Rename 130mm X. Base tab here. Dynameshed. Set to Boolean out. Up there. Merge down. Okay. Dynamesh again. So that removes it from there. Okie dokie, mate. Well, I'm going to be knocking this stream on the head in about 3 minutes because I've got to go and pick the kids up from school and take them swimming. So I've got to rush around and do a few bits. Okay, so we pre-processed this current one. But yeah, Bill, I will definitely keep my eyes peeled on my emails, mate. Pre-process and then decimate. Okay, and then we're going to go to the object here. Okay, so we've got this as the active object now. And when we export this, we're going to go to Z plugin. Forget Scale Master. Z plugin. We're going to go to 3D Print Hub. And normally we've got Y set to 100mm. This time we're going to go to X is 130. Sometimes you have to put it in twice. So 130mm on this one. We're going to export that. Y is... Hang on. Update size ratios first. Okay. Now with the size ratios updated, X is 130. That makes more sense. Otherwise that was going to be ridiculously big and totally out of scale. Okay, so X is now 130mm, and then we go to export to STL file, and it's going to export the hat and thing. And because this piece is set to be 130mm across, the opening in the hat is 130mm. And you can stick it on your jam jar, mate. So, I do hope it helps. Right, guys, I'm going to have to say goodbye again today. I'll say back tomorrow for another... That's it, jam jar, mate, jam jar. You'll be able to kill it, mate. Don't worry about it. You can rewatch this bit over and over and over again if you need to, and just miss out the bit where I buggered it all up and got it wrong. Yeah. So tomorrow then, I may well be back on doing some painting. I might be doing some sculpting. I might be doing some painting. We'll see how this evening goes. So yeah, if you want to tune in and talk painting minis, then please join me. Okay, guys, thank you all again today. Thanks for joining me. Bill, I'll keep my ears peeled for you. Keller, good luck with your jam jar. everyone else, I'll catch you soon. Yeah, no worries, but I'm normally off around about. This is normally about the time when I finish, just because I've got to go and pick the kids up. So I've got about another 15 minutes before I've got to leave the house. So just got to go and grab their swimming bags and get going. Right, guys, take it easy, and I will catch you later.